of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Where's the big one?
Right here.
Well, the American side, we need to move it back over in that corner. I think they moved it to the TV.
Use that one.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too, but okay, we'll figure that out from our moving around. Okay, first thing on our agenda this morning is a consent agenda, approval of minutes of February 18th and February 25th. Approval of payroll, approval of vouchers, and approved Park County Library Foundation's request for a fundraising event, which is the night at the library. What is the pleasure of the board on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Next thing on our agenda is the Development Regulation Standards update. There's a little bit to update today. On DSR 1, we've held one work session. We have another one tomorrow afternoon with the commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission discussing chapters 1 and 2 and the formation of a technical committee. That's moving forward, reviewing the public input that we received through the public hearing and through written comments online. And then for DSR 2, we hosted that first group of open houses. We are just finishing up a second group of open houses. We have our last one Thursday night at Wapiti School. If someone was not able to make it to all the others and would like to attend one of those, they're more than welcome to. We do have all of the maps at each of those open houses. So even though you might not be from the Wapiti or the North Fork planning area, you're sure welcome to come. Is there anything else that the commissioners want to add update wise? Okay, thank you. So our first hearing on the agenda today is at 9:40. So we have just a few minutes before we get ready to start that one. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, Kelly and I discussed that we all needed that information, so. I wondered if you were putting Erica on her own.
I hope not. I forgot something.
Oops. It is.
Give it another meeting or two.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, 9:40, is public hearing, review of Freilich Trucking SUP number 269. So with that, we have Jenny and Erica from our Planning and Zoning Department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just summarize the findings for you. Shannon and Mandy Fraley submitted a special use application to request approval of a special use permit to operate an owner-operator trucking company and a mechanic shop in a proposed 4,000 square foot shop building on approximately 4 acres within their 9-acre parcel. The applicant has 4 semi-truck trailers that will be stored outdoors and proposes minimal outdoor storage of vehicles or farm implements to be repaired. They will construct a residence and live on site, and the use is classified as a cottage industry. The property is approximately 5.5 miles east-southeast of Powell on the south side of County Lane 10 and has an address of 248 Lane 10 in Powell. It is in a GRP zoning district, and cottage industry uses are permitted in that zoning district with a special use permit. Neighboring land uses are ag and residential. There was previously a mobile home, well, and septic system on the property. The mobile home has been removed. The topography where the use is proposed is generally flat, although there is a significant downward slope on the south boundary of the property along the Shoshone River. Notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified as required and responded as follows. Park County Fire District 1 stated they can provide fire suppression to the property and request all access points are constructed to accommodate the fire equipment. Powell Clark's Fork Conservation District identified 2 soil types on the property. One soil type is rated not limited and the other is rated very limited for dwellings and small commercial buildings. Limitations are due to slope. Both soil types are considered not prime farmland, and both are rated very limited regarding septic tank absorption fields due to filtering capacity, slow water movement, and slope. Park County Weed and Pest will require a long-term noxious weed management plan due to a considerable amount of ground disturbance. MDU can serve the property once a structure is constructed and service is requested from an existing gas main. Game and Fish have no concerns with the project. DEQ summarized their notifications, permits, and certificates required for various activities that may impact surface or groundwater. The Treasurer's Office confirmed property taxes are paid. The State of Wyoming Electrical Inspector confirmed there should not be any requirements on the electrical side other than a standard permit to connect. The State of Wyoming Fire Inspector stated a fire safety plan review will not be required since the business will not be open to the public. Park County Public Works reported that access is by direct frontage to Park County Lane 10, which is maintained by the county. The parcel does not have any current permitted access points from Lane 10, so they will need to obtain a right-of-way permit for any access points to the county road. The parcel has an address of 248 Lane 10, and an additional address for the proposed business use can be issued upon request from them. Traffic volumes are not expected to substantially increase as a result of the use and will not change the road classification. Based on the proposed use, location, and size of the structure, impact to adjoining parcels is not anticipated, and a drainage plan will not be required. And a stormwater permit from DEQ will not be required. Shoshone Irrigation District confirmed the use should not impact any of their infrastructure as long as they do not impede the irrigation delivery on their side of the road. No public comments have been received. Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit on October 16th and recommended approval. The applicant made the following statements of how compatibility will be achieved. Trucking consists of 1 semi-trailer truck unit operated by the applicants. Outdoor storage is currently 4 semi-trailers and diesel fuel storage for the trucking operation, as well as minimal equipment storage associated with the mechanic operation. The mechanic operation, they feel, will average 1 customer per week. There will be no public entry to the shop. Outdoor lighting is provided by an existing light on a pole in the center of the property. No non-resident employees are proposed. It will be operated by the applicants. No signs are proposed. noise and air quality impacts will be minimal and consistent with neighboring ag practices and operations. The future building will not be within 20 feet of a county right-of-way. No covenants are known to exist. There are no known nonconformities on the property. No nuisances have been reported. Water is not needed to serve the use. They have a permitted well on the residence. Garland Light and Power serves electricity to the property. A septic is not needed. The applicants will simply use the restroom in the house. No signs are proposed. The use is in an ag overlay district. However, impacts on ag operations are not expected. The southern boundary of the property is within flood overlay, and any proposed development within that special flood hazard area is not allowed without first obtaining a floodplain permit. Site plan review is required for the use. Oil from mechanic operations will be stored on site and burnt as heat for the shop in an oil burning furnace, and diesel fuel will be stored in above ground tanks inside containers. No other hazardous substances will be stored, handled, or disposed of on site. And no impacts to air quality are expected. We recommend approval of the special use permit for the Fraley Trucking SUP 269 with the following conditions. Number one, any modifications to the use, including but not limited to expansion, placement of improvements, or increased intensity of the use will require an amendment to this SUP or new SUP pursuant to the regulations in place at the time of the proposed change. Number two, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number three, prior to construction of the shop, residence, and septic system, the applicant shall obtain approved building zoning permits for the shop and residence and a small wastewater system permit from the Planning and Zoning Department. Number four, prior to commencement of any ground disturbance, the applicant shall submit an approved recorded long-term noxious weed management plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. And number five, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations.
Thank
Here
you,
to
Jen.
answer any questions.
Any
Thank you.
Current questions from commissioners?
Madam Chair, I did have one
Okay.
quickly. It just wasn't clear to me on it. It says that the applicants, the bathroom's not proposed to serve the shop building. The applicants are the only employees and they will use the restroom in the residence. So I was a little bit confused because the mobile home has been removed. The residence isn't constructed yet. So is the residence going to be constructed at the same time as the shop?
I believe that's their plan and we can ask them. A cottage industry use, a requirement is that they live there since it is a form of residential business. So that will need to go hand in hand.
Okay, so
So,
yes,
I think
simultaneously.
be
should-
constructing everything together, but that's a good question.
This is a public hearing, so I'd open the public hearing and ask if anyone here would like to speak to this proposal. And is there anyone here that would like to speak to this proposal? And a third time, anyone here that would like to speak to this proposal?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. I guess just to ask, the applicants are here, I'm assuming. Just to ask you about Commissioner Simone's question, your planning is to build the residence at the same time that you move forward with this? Okay. All right. All we needed? Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I'm concerned with condition one. As it's presented, basically we're already limited, and I know the applicant's here, and I'm just trying to, if you look back at the very beginning, it says no more than 5 resident employees, non-resident employees. Well, I'm just concerned that we're putting stipulation on a business that may have the potential to grow. And I'm not sure I like that. You know, if condition one could maybe be reworded, because it's being presented that it will have no more than 5 employees. Now, the maximum floor, I understand, because that's part of our regulations. If you get over 5,000 square foot, which is not going to do that. So, and everything else in the notable regulations, I think will be policed, if you will, by our current regulations. But when you start limiting the number of employees for a business, I think that's wrong on the government's end,
Madam
unless
Chair.
there's some
Is-
explanation why.
Excuse me, just a second, Commissioner. Is there a stipulation with cottage industry and the definition of cottage industry for size of staff?
There, I believe there is a
Yes,
limit
that's- I
and
believe that's where
Lloyd
the
may
5
have-
non-resident employees.
right. Although oh,
Thank
sorry.
That's all right. It's only for one more meeting and I'm good. I'll get my other ear.
You're fine. Okay. Oh, yeah, so it is 5
For-
non-resident
For a cottage
for
industry
a
to be
cottage
approved,
industry. Yeah.
it's limited to 5.
Yeah, the only, I perhaps in being consistent, though, with requiring people to come back for an amendment for
Mhm.
increased intensity, if they were to, I mean, you're approving it based on what they're proposing today. So typically, even though maybe the rule allows more, that may increase the intensity quite a bit, or the traffic that may warrant looking at. I don't know. That's totally up to you, but
What if can we reword it to say on-site employees? Because if it's a trucking company, he may hire 6 outside truckers and but they're not there.
right.
I'm trying to find a way to allow him to grow if it ends up that way.
And if it were not a-
What did
He asked if you've seen the kind of help you can get nowadays.
actually, I have.
Commissioner?
Madam Chair, my other question would be, if we were to say he can go 7 people, how does that impact the wastewater permit?
Right.
So for the
Right.
septic,
Yeah, and I guess if it just depends. There are a lot of factors. So I guess that was the point, that maybe it would require a review, or
Mhm.
at that point, if they really truly expanded.
Yeah.
to that
Madam
one.
Chair, Commissioners, in condition 1, if we just were in it's actually one big long sentence, but where it says or increased intensity of the use, if we said increased intensity of the site use,
Oh,
Oh, that's
That's
fine.
yeah.
Yeah. No
so we
problem
can
with that.
modify any of these these conditions.
Sure.
I'm just,
Okay, so your comment about being truckers that are off-site would not affect what's happening
In my opinion,
necessarily
it
there?
wouldn't.
Okay,
That makes sense.
Madam Chair, except the exception that it wouldn't be a cottage industry if they had over 5 employees. So that would be against county regulation as far as cottage industries, the exception you're looking at. So they would have to come in with
Well-
a different application than a cottage industry application.
Yes, if they exceeded the limits of
5
the
employees.
cottage use industry, then it would just need to come before us for a totally new permit, but
if they're good with
but
it,
the
I'm good with it. I'm
site-
just-
okay.
I think I
But-
want to say something, but I don't want to ruin this. For the guy. This is a problem with our development standards and regulations, because GRP does not allow a trucking company at all, not even with this SUP. This definitely, I appreciate planning and zoning or finding a place to put this under cottage industry for this guy to have a business.
Mhm.
But this is one of the regulations we really need to look at. Why in the world do we not want a trucking company allowed in the county? We already in violation with some existing ones. North Park Trucking, Transport is one of them. I mean, these are things that we really need to look at. It's not relevant to them, and
Right.
I don't want to spoil it, the possibility of them not getting it to go into business, but putting it under cottage industry is a problem we have right now.
Keep those notes as we're moving forward
I
with
am.
DSR 2.
And perhaps, Madam Chair, and perhaps when they're ready to expand.
Right.
They will have an easier regulation to expand.
Right.
As opposed to what they have right now.
Perhaps the new development standards and regulations will allow that,
Mhm.
and they won't even have to come back.
Yeah.
You just say you're no longer a
Okay.
cottage industry and you have 40 trucks. We don't-
Be okay. You don't want 40 trucks. Okay, we get it. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair. I move to approve the Frolics Trucking SUP 269 as presented with conditions.
Second,
Could I just get a little clarification? Did we want the word site use in there?
We're not
Nope, so we're
changing
just as is. Okay, thank you.
Have a motion to approve the requested SUP 269 with the conditions as listed. Any further discussion on the motion? Kelly. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm looking for work. in
thank you,
April.
thank you. Thank you for coming in. Okay. Next thing on our agenda, Trevor Cattenhorn, Buildings and Ground Superintendent, opening seal bids for yard machine with snow removal equipment. And my understanding is we're gonna open those and then you're gonna go review them and come back with a recommendation later this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many bids did you receive?
Three bids. On two of them, they gave me a couple options, so.
Okay.
I'll have to read through those.
Trevor, if you could, please.
Use the mic. Thank you.
Speak loudly.
Okay, the first one is from CMB in Powell, John Deere. And the selling price on that would be $37,130 on the first bid.
And what's it for? The. as
This
far
is
as the piece
for,
of equipment?
The description that I wanted them was with a snow blower attachment, a hydraulic snow plow, and a hydraulic driven broom, 60-inch. Those are my specs for all of these.
Okay, thank you.
This is the machine itself or just the
Yes,
attachment?
the machine, the engine itself, I'm sorry, with the attachments, 3 attachments, sorry.
With the other, oh, okay, gotcha.
So we looked at some different sizes, horsepower is what I think these two different differences are. And that may be the best way to go about it, is a little bit higher horsepower with the snow conditions we are able to get sometimes, so. This is the second one.
Who's it from?
This is from CMB. This
Okay.
is this quote is for 52,180.
Equipment still John Deere.
So it's still quite a bit more. I've got to read through and see exactly what all the,
Is it still John Deere?
yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair. This bid will be from Bobcat here in Cody. And again, it's for the machine and the 3 attachments. It's like. This bid is 58,256.10. Next bid is Hart Mountain Equipment from Powell. First bid comes to 46,417.02. Excuse me?
Say that.
46,000,
41702.
thank you.
And what kind of equipment?
This is a Kubota.
Okay.
And it has the 3 attachments in it as well as the machine.
Chair. Can you clarify the 3 attachments?
Sure. Well, they're going to be a snow blower attachment.
Okay.
A snow plow attachment that articulates with hydraulics, and a broom.
Okay,
For light snow conditions, we can blow that stuff off with a
Sure,
broom
okay.
pretty good. Second bid from Heart Mountain Equipment. This is just a difference in horsepower. 43,000, 043.97.
Is that a Kubota also?
Yes.
Madam Chair, another question. What did you spec for horsepower?
Well, we were anywhere from about 27 to 37, right in that area. And with these two pieces of equipment, it has to do with emissions. The higher horsepower would have emissions on it, the lower horsepower wouldn't. But I think it's things we need to look at as far as the work we're gonna be doing with it. It's gonna be probably horsepower dependent, so.
But I mean, the other issue I guess I would have with spec and horsepower is the torque. This, and then the other thing, experience with these snow blowers and stuff, what is like, did you spec like a gallons per minute or?
Our main goal was the width on them, so we could fit them on our sidewalks or in tight spots that we have around the county.
What was that width?
50 inches what we
Okay.
went, 48 inches. Some of them have a foot pattern of 51, but they do a plow of 48.
Okay, any other questions right now? Trevor was gonna take these and review them, and I think he's due back late this morning with a recommendation on what he'd like to move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just off question, not for Trevor, but what would be helpful is, we used to have to do this, I know with the sheriff's offices, we had these bid sheets. We would have them like that Brian brings in later. It'd be something that'd be nice if we could just have here that we can
Fill out just a form.
Yeah, just
Okay.
a simple form.
Okay, I'll work with Kelly on that. Okay,
Just something simple we have, we can just
okay,
put them in it. That'd be nice.
okay. All right, commissioners we actually have a break, and then our next hearing, public hearing is at 10:20. So we are on break. Thank you.
Three, test, one. Don't pop your peas. My plosives.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is a public hearing review of Mountain View Kennel SUP 271. Jenny and Erica from Planning and Zoning staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rudy Yoder submitted a special use permit application to request approval of a permit to operate a dog breeding kennel in a 640 square foot building consisting of 8 4x6 indoor kennels. Each indoor kennel then has access to a 6x6 outdoor kennel, and the applicant plans to construct an enclosed 2,200 square foot exercise area around the building for the dogs. The use is classified as a cottage industry. Ownership is affirmed to Rudy and Dorcas Yoder. The property is approximately 4.5 miles southeast of Powell, directly north of County Lane 12 on the east side of County Road 4 with an address of 1173 Road 4. It's in a GRP zoning district, and cottage industry uses are permitted in that zoning district with a special use permit. Neighboring land uses are ag and residential. The Berkey SS 153 is on the southern boundary of the property. The applicant resides on the central portion of the property, just west of the proposed kennel. The residence and small wastewater system are pre-existing and unpermitted from about 1940. The applicant is constructing a 1,632 square foot structure to operate a major home occupation, his leather shop, on the west side of the property near County Road 4. The majority of the property is in ag production and will remain in egg production. Neighboring residences are approximately 1,200 feet from the proposed kennel location. The topography, it has little change in elevation. Legal notice requirements have been met. Relevant agencies were notified and responded as follows. The Bighorn Basin Fire Inspector stated the facility will only require plan review if it is open to the public. The state electrical inspector stated nothing will be required from the state for that proposed use. Game and Fish had no concerns with the project. Park County Treasurer confirmed that property taxes are paid in full. Fire District can provide fire suppression and requested all access points be constructed to accommodate their equipment. Willwood Irrigation District has no concern. It should not interfere with any of their infrastructure. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. However, they recommend the applicant follow best management practices. Park County Public Works reviewed the proposal and determined the proposed structure will not be considered a large impact structure. Access is by direct frontage to County Road 4. The parcel has an existing and permitted access point from Road 4. It is addressed as 1173 Road 4, and an additional address for the business use is available with submission of a request to their department. Traffic volumes are not expected to increase as a result of the use, and the use will not result in a change in the road classification of the county roads. A site-specific drainage plan will not be required, and a stormwater permit from DEQ is not required. No public comments in writing have been received. The following concerns were expressed by nearby landowners at the Planning and Zoning Commission's public hearing, that there is another dog breeding operation nearby, and there are many dogs in the area, some of which are unrestrained. Noise, odor, and containment of the dogs. The dust created by additional traffic on the road. Increased development in this area in general, and dogs getting loose and being injured by neighboring farm equipment use. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit application on January 15th and recommended approval. The applicant made the following statement of how compatibility will be achieved. The proposed kennel building is 640 square feet and is comprised of a storage area and 6 individual dog pens. Each indoor dog pen has access to an outdoor run. And the 2,200 square feet proposed exercise pen will be built with privacy fencing around the kennel. Dogs will be allowed in this exercise pen during the day only, not during nighttime hours. 8 to 10 female dogs will be kenneled, and there will be 8 to 10 litters of puppies whelped per year. Noise is minimal as the dogs are only out playing in the exercise area during the day. No continually loud or excessive barking occurs. Traffic impacts are very minimal as the dogs are taken to a pet store to be sold on consignment. Kennels will be bedded with clean, dry pine shavings, and outdoor pens will have a small wash grapple surface. Dog waste is picked up twice daily, composted, and then spread on a hayfield. Odor generated from the use is minimal since waste is picked up frequently. No septic system or floor drains are proposed. A permitted domestic well on the property will be used for in-floor heating purposes and drinking water for the dogs. No outdoor lighting is proposed, no signs are proposed, and the applicant and his family are the employees of the kennel. There are no non-resident employees. And solar power services proposed for the use. The future building will not be within 20 feet of a county road right of way. No covenants are proposed or existing, no non-conformities on the property, no nuisances have been reported. Given the nature and circumstances of the use, no soils review is warranted. Water to serve the proposed use is available from an existing permitted well. Adequate parking areas designated on the site plan. Energy will be provided by solar panels. No utilities will serve the use. No signs are proposed. No specific criteria identified for the use. It is in an ag overlay district, but the use is not expected to impact surrounding ag uses or to be negatively impacted by ag practices in the vicinity. The use is proposed on a relatively small area of the property that is not productive farmland, and site plan review is not required for the use. Staff recommends approval of the Mountain View Kennel Cottage Industry Special Use Permit 271 with the following conditions. Number one, any modifications to the use, including but not limited to expansion, placement of improvements, or increased intensity of the use will require an amendment to this SUP or a new SUP pursuant to the regulations in place at the time of the proposed change. Number two, prior to commencement of construction, the applicant shall obtain an approved building zoning permit for the kennel structure from the Planning and Zoning Department. Number three, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number four, if a wastewater disposal system is required in the future, the applicant shall obtain all required permits from the county and/or DEQ. And number five, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards and the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners at this time?
Madam Chair, Jenny, I didn't see it on here. And I don't know if it's that important, but just out of curiosity, do you know how big this lot is?
Oh, I'm not sure I have that in front of me. I do not have that in front of me. How big is your parcel?
How many acres?
8.
8?
80.
80.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a large parcel.
Any other questions at this time? Hearing none, this is a public hearing, so I would ask for public comment. If you have public comment, if you would come forward and state your name at the microphone, please. Any public comment? You'd state your name for the record, please.
Clay Dietz.
Okay.
My concern is that everything that Mr. Yoder is proposing, including the composting of the kennel cleanings, what have you, that it gets done. No other disposal of that be done with it, just dispose of it as a compost. There are a few other things, he mentioned that he was gonna put in the sound barrier fence, which, I'd like to see that happen also.
Okay.
Other than that, who polices this?
My understanding is when the permit is received from the county, and certainly the county planning and zoning can weigh in here, but my understanding is because it's an SUP and it's clearly spelled out what the use is and what their conditions, what they've agreed to do, then if there's an issue or those things do not happen, you can notify the planning and zoning office. They can do some research.
I see. Okay.
So,
They're not gonna take away his birthday though.
no.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? If you'd like to come forward, please, to the microphone. One thing I do want to clear up while he's on his way up here, this is not a boarding facility, it's just a breeding facility. So it's only the owners that are involved and not traffic. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear in my mind.
Very
what we were
clear,
talking
yeah.
about. Okay.
Yes.
If you would identify yourself at the microphone,
My
please.
name is Martin Summer,
Okay,
and I live at 1180 Road 4.
okay,
I could throw a rock to their driveway. My main concern, two things. Well, three things. I would like to know if there's going to be any outside dogs at this kennel.
their explanation on the SUP was that they would be outside in their pens during the day within the pens that they have mapped, is my understanding.
6x6.
Okay, so from delivery of these dogs, people from town bring their dogs.
No, it's
No.
not a boarding kennel.
Mm-mm. No,
Okay, all right.
just
I'm
his
glad we got
own.
that straightened
Yeah,
out.
yeah, just his own.
Okay,
Mhm.
now, the dust problem, I think everybody knows about the dust problem. They've got a complete fleet of trucks and cars coming up and down Road 4 and causing Amish dust. I try to slow the people down. My main concern is FedEx, UPS, and the school bus driver. Try to tell these people to slow down in front of my house. No. I understand that they have to have shipments with a lot of incoming trucks. One more, I'd like to have one more. I've been smelling the kennel. My neighbor to the north of me and my neighbor to the south of me, which is right over there, have smelled the kennel. And this is not right. I paid my property taxes since 1997. I've never been in arrears with my property taxes. The only problem being is that dang road.
Have you visited with the county engineer and the public works department as far as dust abatement or speed?
Pardon me, ma'am.
Have you visited with the county engineer or the public works department if your concern is the road and the dust?
You mean Ben?
Well,
Is that his
Brian,
name?
Ben is in that office. Brian is actually the county engineer.
Oh, well, I think I talked to Brian then.
Okay,
And every time I talk to him about once or twice a year.
Okay.
And I call Brian golden-throated Brian because he talks so nice and easy over the telephone. He said there's nothing he can do with him except put a counter up there and see what happens. And that's the same old song and dance since 97. I want to know how you guys feel about it. How would you feel about it if somebody come and put a kennel in there right next to your house? See, I could throw a rock from my fence line to his fence line. And I can't throw that good anymore. How
I
do
have a
you feel
kennel.
about it?
I have a kennel fairly close to my house.
Do you?
Mhm.
You get along with it?
They do what they're supposed to do. So it just kind of depends on the amount of space. And I think your concerns with the road are not going to be changed by this because it is not a boarding facility. It is just the owners living there. the same people that live there now. So it is not additional traffic. There may be an issue with the traffic. I don't know about that, but it's not increasing the traffic.
Well, the more deliveries, the more traffic. Huh?
Well, Madam Chair, I'd like to say, as long as it's not restricted and it's permitted with that zoning, why should they not be allowed to have that business? I deal with dust all the time. I get it. There's 600 miles of county road and a lot of them are dirt and we can't, how do we control the dirt?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's a couple different ways.
It's gonna cost a lot of money.
Okay,
Why should I be sacrificed for a bunch of dirt that I don't need?
I do the same thing. I can't tell you how many hundreds of UTVs going by my house every day and it's just dust and there's nothing I can do about it. They're legally operating on that roadway.
Madam Chair, I think, I understand your concern, sir, but I would just like to say, I think that the applicant has done a good job of outlining ways to mitigate some of your concerns as far as like, he's had the privacy fence, he has, as far as dogs running loose, he has a plan for the dogs to have an enclosed indoor run. They will only be outside during daylight hours, minimize light pollution. And also, as the chair stated, this is not a breeding facility, and he has stated that he will be transporting the dogs to an outside buyer.
not a boarding facility.
So yeah, it's not a boarding facility. So I feel like the applicant on this property has done a lot to mitigate neighbor concerns. And it's a permitted, as Commissioner Stewart said, it's permitted in that zoning area. This cottage industry is permitted through a special use permit.
So I don't have a leg to stand on that.
We'll take your input in relation to what he's proposed here. And we have to take that into consideration, and we are. But I think the biggest thing that you're talking about is dust, which is on a county road, which they
Well,
have
it's
every right
not-
to do.
It's not only the dogs, man. It's the amount of traffic that
Right.
goes up and down that dang road.
Understood. Understood.
I've called the cops.
Okay.
Late at night, 2 o'clock in the morning,
Okay.
to get these people away from my house. My dog freaks out. I freak out. I don't know who's coming down that road.
Okay.
Huh?
It's a county road.
It
sir.
is a
It's
county road.
But there could be some evildoers
Okay, well, we're kind of getting off the
checking my
topic.
place out. I don't like that.
We're getting off the topic of this public hearing, so appreciate your input.
Madam Chair, I just want to enlighten, our county roads, as traffic increases, which it does with the population moving into the area, we have a set of standards that, based on traffic studies that we regulate, we monitor from year to year. And we can get an latest update on those. But as traffic were to increase, whether it's from this or any other activity in that area, there could be, move it to the next level to be mag chloride for the dust or even chip sealed. So as traffic increases on all county roads, we upgrade them to accommodate, hopefully, that increase in traffic to keep nuisances at a minimum. So we're not just going to monitor your road, we're monitor all county roads in this way. So,
Mhm.
We'll watch it. And if it does, or any other traffic increases to that point where it is causing major issues, we have a process in place right now to mitigate that.
Okay,
We're going to have to move forward with this or postpone the public hearing because we are up against another public hearing. So we need to move it forward.
well, what I'm thinking is, I don't want it to improve, and it's got a really good chance of improving.
Mhm.
Because those lots on there, there's 80 acres. And people are coming.
I know.
Traffic is picking up. And I'm breathing Amish dust.
Okay, thank you for your input.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Any other public comment? Any other public comment? Hearing
Madam
none?
Chair,
Mhm.
move to close public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing is closed. What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I do have a real quick question for staff. Summary of findings as we go through our document. How do they play into the SUP? Are those factual things that need to be followed as well, or is it just the conditions?
It does follow into the resolution. All the findings do go into the resolution,
So
so
they are
we
part-
would use that if there was a question about what the approval was based on, we would go back to those findings.
Okay, Madam Chair, where I'm going with that is in the conditions, it really doesn't address the waste. But in the findings, it does.
Okay.
And I know there was some concerns brought up on the waste to make sure that they weren't burned.
Right.
If they are composted and the odor is, mitigated, picked up twice a day and spread on the field, I think everybody's good with that. So I just wanted to, but that wasn't in it as a condition.
Right.
But it is in the findings.
Okay,
Okay, so that would be covered
it's got their
as well
process.
as outside sales.
Mhm.
It says in the
Yes.
findings that there will be no public sales in relation to this property.
Right.
It's gonna
Right.
be these animals as they're bred, they're gonna be sold online and delivered. So increase in traffic should be, so, okay.
Exactly.
It's a pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, just comment that, yes, the neighbors are watching it. And there's some concerns from the neighbors, especially on the odor that may be emitting, that may be coming through over to them. So that's really important to keep people from speeding down the man's road. So we don't want to hear a bunch of complaints on this, but for the applicant, they have filled out and they have gone through planning and zoning, and I think that as far as their eyes, that the application is complete. So I will make a motion to approve the Mountain View Kettle SUP 271 as presented and with staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the Mountain View Kennel SUP 271 as presented with conditions listed. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank
What is it?
you.
20,
11.
2025-11.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, at 10:40. We had another public hearing scheduled. The Umflet variance request.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
Jeff Umflet submitted a variance request application to allow construction of an accessory housing unit in addition to a single-family residence on a property that is 0.97 acres, just under 1 acre in size. Only one single-family dwelling is permitted on the property, and accessory housing units are not permitted on property smaller than 1 acre currently in our regulations. A public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners is required for the granting of a variance. The proposed use is in the residential half-acre RH zoning district. One accessory housing unit is permitted on lots or parcels at least 1 acre in size in the RH zoning district with appropriate permits. The property is located on the north side of Highway 141620 East, the Grable Highway, approximately 115 feet east of the city of Cody municipal boundary, and is currently unaddressed. Surrounding land uses are residential, and the KOA campground is approximately 115 feet to the west. The property is within the Moeller subdivision, and the Paddock Estate subdivision is south of the highway. The property is irrigated, undeveloped land and relatively flat. The applicant has provided a site plan to show that a primary residence and an accessory housing unit, together with an adequately sized septic system, meeting setback requirements, are feasible on the property. Covenants may be enforced on this property. However, it doesn't appear to prohibit Lot 9 from having 2 dwelling units on it. The parcel is located within an airport overlay district. It is also within 1 mile of the city of Cody, therefore municipal review is required. Legal notice requirements have been met and agency referral requirements have been met. NRWD has confirmed that a water tap service has been installed to the property, and as long as both housing units being served are located on the same legally described parcel, they can both be served by that single tap. The treasurer confirmed the first half of the property taxes have been paid and the second half are due on May 10th. YDOT stated the access to the highway shown on the site plan is currently classified as a field access, and the existing field access does not meet the minimum spacing requirements for residential access. The city of Cody has no concern with the proposed variance. We have actually received, and I forwarded one to you just this morning, a public comment in favor. There have been 3 in total that have been submitted in favor of his variance request. The applicant has addressed each condition of the variance approval standards, and staff addressed each condition of those standards and finding that perhaps not all of the conditions are met. But should the Board of County Commissioners grant the variance and the applicant be allowed to construct an accessory housing unit in addition to a single family residence on Lot 9 of Moeller subdivision, staff recommends the following conditions. Number 1, approval of this variance shall expire 1 year from the date of board approval, signified by recordation of the resolution of approval, unless the applicant obtains required permits from the Planning and Zoning Department and commences construction or development prior to the expiration date and pursues completion diligently. Number 2, prior to commencement of each housing unit, the applicant shall obtain all required building and small wastewater system permits from the Planning and Zoning Department. And number 3, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards of the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. And I would just add, I forwarded you some information from the applicant as well. He would like you to consider not allowing the variance to expire. Just because it, yeah, I mean, it's his future plans.
True. Okay, any questions right now? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'll open it for public comments. If there's anyone here that would like to speak to this request, please come forward. Come on up. And if you'd use the microphone to state your name for the record, please.
Property owner Jeff Humflick, and want to thank for the opportunity to come here, and also Joy and Jenny's time, because I talked to them before purchasing the property and after purchasing it, trying to get things sorted out. And so I think they did a good job of addressing all the things in there, so I don't need to go over those. I was glad to hear, because I've talked to some of the neighbors, 4 of them. None of them have a problem with it whatsoever. And the main reason I bought it is I don't have a time frame for building on the property, but I know things change. So I thought I better get in and see if I can get the variance now, in case, because I've read through the proposed new rules and regs and know it could change. But we mainly bought the property in case my daughter wants to move back, and trying to find a piece of land isn't the easiest, or it's just a couple hundred yards from where we currently live. If we want to downsize, my wife and I, that would be our idea, is to go there. And so, so just being honest, don't have a time frame on building it, but I would sincerely request the waiver to put a primary house and a accessory home on it, and have the time frame waiver be waived and just go with the land.
I will ask you, being the owner, how has your conversation gone with YDOT also as far as the access?
Oh, no, good. I met with them. I have it written down on February 20th to discuss the access to the property. Then I met with 2 of them down in Basin on 227 and completed an application for an access change from field access to residential access. And then I learned something. The 2 YDOT guys stated it will go to a hearing in Cheyenne most likely within 2 months. But the part that I did learn is when they designated accesses, there was nothing if I can use the word scientific about it or anything. There, two guys drove in a truck years ago, went to an access and they looked up there and they go, whether there's a house, that's gonna be residential. Went to the next one, as this would be, and saw that it adjoined other land and said, well, that looks like just a field access. They didn't look to see that it had been subdivided in 1965. And so they said, there's a process for this. And so I feel confident with it. They were, Jack and Joe down there basin were good to work with, and I'll follow that through and hope for the best.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for asking.
My understanding, Jenny, on some that we've worked on these in the past, the place where YDOT usually gets a little stickier is commercial accesses where there could be semi-traffic or those kinds of things where they want more distance between the right of ways rather than just residential. Is that
I
your,
agree.
okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And it does, yeah, seem like, I think it's a variance too that you're maybe,
Change of access.
Oh, change of
from field
access, okay.
access to residential.
residential?
okay.
And Darcy, good point. They said also, there's a turning lane right there.
Mhm. Oh.
And it's down to 55 miles an hour. So there's
True.
a couple
Mhm.
things looking.
In
good.
your favor?
Working for you,
That's
yeah.
right.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Is, oh,
question for the applicant. When you purchased the property, was it 0.97 acres?
Yes, it was. Mhm. Yeah.
And you didn't know at that time that it was only allowed of one residence, one
I'd
one
gone in
dwelling?
and talked to Jenny and Joy. Yeah, and said, is that rounded up? 0.97, is it rounded to 1 or what are we, and as they
What
said,
was the answer?
technically it's 0.97. So if you want to do something different, you'll have to follow this process. And so, yes, they were very good meeting before and after. And I don't know if Jenny recalled, but I said, man, before anybody buys any property, they really should go in and visit and try to find out as much as they could.
we
So
like
that's what
that
I did.
suggestion.
Yeah, yeah. No, Jeff's done his homework for
Do
sure.
you, does anybody know what year YDOT carved that 0.3 out of there or 0.03?
Oh, 2003, I
Yeah,
think.
2003 or
Okay.
2004.
All right.
Yeah.
Madam
it's been a
Chair,
while.
just for a matter of the public that are listening or will be reading about this sometime later, can you describe that process, or maybe maybe Jenny can, about how that transpired, where the Department of Transportation kind of
Oh.
took that land that brought it down to less than 1 acre so that that process can be understood?
I don't know, Jeff, you may have some, or do
I
you
don't
have
think if we
something?
can, Engineer Cody Schatz may have been through some of this in the past. Do you know how they make those decisions or when, what kind of process YDOT uses?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I didn't research this one that close because I knew that they just carved a little chunk off. I'm assuming when they redid the road out there or whatever, they just needed that little sliver through there to make the turning lane or whatever it was where they widened it. So that it would work with the landowner on it. And this one just happened to make it go under 1 acre.
Madam Chair.
But I know
So-
sometimes it's a right of way though, that they take, and other
Oh, yeah.
times they actually purchase it. I
So
don't
the
know.
ones on either side
Mm-hmm.
were, I'm assuming, about the same size as far as subdivision lots go. But they already maybe had their homes and accessory buildings when YDOT cut
Yeah.
that piece off.
Yeah, perhaps.
I-
And I'm
just
not
trying to
sure
think
how
about How that
many-
all would have
Yeah,
affected things.
I'm not sure how many accessory, well, and they're varying in size too.
Right.
So I'm not sure if there are others that are
Okay.
in that exact same boat, but yeah.
Yeah, the one immediately to the east started as 1 acre in 1965, and it also was 0.97.
0.97.
Okay.
Madam Chair, a little history on this. I actually have some background on this particular thing, but on this whole smaller subdivision, but to keep it short, anytime the highway wants to go in and widen something or do something, they go through an eminent domain and they got to pay them. And they don't have a choice. They just pay them market value and away they go. But yeah,
But Madam Chair, so just to clarify for people listening, that this isn't, the way this is zoned and the rule says you can't put in a residential and one accessory house on a parcel less than 1 acre. But this was downsized not to his, what he's asking for is a variance to the variance. A variance to allow him longer than a year. If it had stayed an acre, like it was, he would not be asking for a variance because he wouldn't need one. And so this has been down, the acreage problem really isn't his fault.
and Madam Chair, if I may, we're dealing with two variances here.
Mhm.
I personally don't have a variance in accessory housing. However, I think it's a strong deviation from our rules to give an indefinite variance on the build.
Is there a scenario, I know there's times when we have had a variance come back to us for an extension.
Yes.
There's times when we've done a 2 or 3 year variance timeframe due to the nature of what's being built and going to be used, permitting in the way or whatever else got in the way. But I guess going to your comment, I'm just wondering, and not to put any more headaches on you, but if we handle them 2 different ways, if one is allowing the accessory building on the 0.97, and then the other is the variance itself for the time frame, is there a possibility that we could stretch out the 1 year to a couple years and then just say, you know, if you haven't done anything by then, you are gonna have to come back and ask to extend it? I mean, I don't know, and I don't know what the rules will be on the place at that time. But I think that I'm kind of leaning the same way with extending the variance situation, and if you, I don't know, and if you don't keep it, if you sell it, then the variances go with it. And we have no idea, you know, how that's gonna work, or if someone's gonna come back and
Right.
get it. I don't know, it's
I
kind
know
of,
how, things change. and I
Right.
Agree with your comment. I wouldn't be here
Right.
if somebody had maybe on, like you said. Highway department comes in and says, we're taking it. I wouldn't even be here. It'd be 1 acre. This would be an end and done. There's no time frame. I've seen variances. I mean, it's all different for roads and that sort of things. And I don't see that they're timestamped for a time frame on those things. It goes with the land. That's just part of it. And I think the part of this is too, it's within a subdivision. So in 10 years, there's only X amount that can be done with that land out there. And it's zone residential. So the neighbors, and I thank them for not having any problems with it, they're not looking at it, oh, there's a time frame for this. Jeff's got to build within a year. If not, that thing goes away. That's not their consideration.
Right.
They're just saying, should it be allowed to put 2 out there?
Right.
Because I'm just being honest and upfront. I don't plan on building in 1 year. I can't even say 5 years, but if the daughter were to get lucky and move back, that could happen. But to
understood.
us keep coming back and forth and asking for another one.
Right.
I don't think that's
Okay.
very expedient in any way.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Just laying it out there, of
bet.
the options that we have.
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
When I had asked this question earlier, and maybe Jenny, you can elaborate, but another potential option available to him was like a redoing the boundary.
Oh, you would have to get
Oh.
0.3 acres from somebody
Right.
on one side, the other, or the back.
Right.
From his neighbors,
Lot line adjustment,
and that's probably not an option. Okay.
lot line adjustment.
Yeah.
I'm sure that
If-
would be an amended plat since it's in a
I,
subdivision.
that just clicked through.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Amended plat.
complicated too. It's not an easy situation.
Yeah,
with
it
the-
it would not be ideal.
Right.
And,
Right.
yeah,
Madam Chair,
find
just for
someone that'd be willing
clarification,
to-
the other lot next door and that Muller subdivision is the exact same size.
Right,
So you
Mhm.
I would took off the front chunk.
Right. but if you amend the plot after the fact, there's not much they could do if we took that. Okay. Any other questions? Any other public comments? Any other public comments? Okay. Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, move to close public hearing.
Second.
And just quit. It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Pleasure of the board. And I don't know if you want to handle these as one or two.
Madam Chair, I think we could handle it as one just by changing condition 1. If we chose to make the variance go beyond the year.
Sure.
We could throw condition 1 out or reword it to a lengthier time or indefinitely.
Madam Chair, the issue I have is approving something beyond how long I'm going to be here, and encumbering future boards with why the heck did they do something like that? So I think through an election cycle, I suppose 3 years for a variance and then come back for a reapplication. Would that be something that we could do?
It's just amending the SUP, isn't it? If they need to come back.
Well, no, it would be
Extension.
a new yeah. Potentially you could allow for an extension.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they
Yeah.
could just allow that part. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be a whole new SUP. It could be request for extension, which they could get another 3 years. whatever.
Madam Chair, if that process were to happen and they ask for an extension, does that require another public notice, public hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to do that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I really think this issue, I think isn't brand new. I mean, especially with accessory housing. Moving forward into the DSR, which hopefully, and I appreciate the guy coming up for requesting variance right now, but I'm really hoping that we look hard at this anyway. And as long as they meet setbacks, I don't know why we have these rules in place to begin with, in my opinion. Now, that being said, we may or may not, but if we were to at least give him 2 years, which wouldn't be outside, I think within 2 years, we'll have this accessory housing issue changed within the development standards and regulations. Now, I don't know that for sure, but I mean, that would at least get him 2 years out.
Okay, so if we were to follow that process and we do change the DSR, what happens if we approve this with a 2-year and the rules have changed? Does he have to come back at all?
No,
Or
it's not, he would be.
but he
No,
would be, right,
correct, because then he wouldn't need a variance if the
Right,
rules did
that's-
change in his favor, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So then he wouldn't have to come back at all
Right.
if that
Correct.
changes.
Know what I mean?
Madam Chair, I do understand what you're saying, but he doesn't have a guarantee that it's not going
No,
to
he
change.
doesn't.
And so that's where I hesitate. And my other thought is if he were to want to sell his land,
Mhm.
this, in my opinion, I don't know if, for lack of a better word, but kind of diminishes his resale value. I mean, if he has this hang up where he can't do this, and again, I'm going to reiterate, it's not a cause of his own doing. It's,
Why
so
not?
to me, it's an exception because it's outside of his control. And it's 0.03 acres that YDOT took. So,
It's an unintended consequence from YDOT taking the land.
and he would not be here asking for this if that had not happened.
Madam
And he
Chair.
would have had it he would have had the ability to do it on his land
Mhm.
into perpetuity.
Madam Chair, I have no problem with the variance for the second dwelling. I have I sympathize with Mr. Armfield, but I have a real problem with us granting some variance that's going to just go on forever, because what's going to happen is the public's going to get wind. And then what's going to happen is everybody's going to come screaming in here for a variance just in case it changes with the new regs. And right now, I don't know that we would give, even if the regs weren't even changing, would we give somebody a variance forever? And I sympathize with him. But I just have a major problem with that. Again, second dwelling, I have no problem with because it's so close. Hey, Cody, what's 0.003 acres? How much feet?
I appreciate what you're saying. And,
1,000 square feet.
Okay. So the width of,
but I do, I went through your guys' master plan, yeah, you want to work for the city, everybody wants nice corridors coming into the town, that sort of thing. But I'm done. If the state come in and you're right, these people could have argued, and I would be doing that on any further property I got, this is how this rolls. I'd be telling everybody, do not sell anything to YDOT. They didn't go through eminent domain on it, that's a big hassle.
Mhm.
Go through that. There's hearings and legal and all that sort of thing. these people gave that away. And I'm, of course, I'm a benefactor, but I would tell you, if this is how this draws out,
Mhm.
I'd be saying do not
Mhm.
right away anybody or sell off a piece of your property, because you could end up with unintended consequences, just as I am right now.
Right.
And I'm in here saying, hey, if it was 1 acre, I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't be asking for an extension or anything else if that hadn't happened. But people were nice, people gave that to YDOT. And so, yeah, I think there's some extenuating circumstances
But-
for this.
But you bought it as is.
Sure.
Okay. Again, yeah, again, I mean, I mean, I guess, again, I'm fine with that dwelling, secondary dwelling. I just have a problem with the extension. That's
The
just
timeframe.
my only, yeah.
Madam
I mean,
Chair,
I would go with 2 years. We've done it before, but I just have a problem with it just forever.
so Commissioner Stewart, what I'm hearing you say is that your concern is that we're setting a precedent. Because there's no other and I asked this morning, there's no other previous instance where a variance has been granted without
The timeframe.
a timeframe
Well,
in the county.
and to answer and to answer that, if somebody were to come in here a year ago and ask for forever variance, I wouldn't do it.
Mhm.
It's not this particular instance, just
Right.
to me, that's just something I think we don't ever want to go down.
Madam Chair, we've already been scolded already for allowing variance to begin with. So by our regulation people, we shouldn't be doing any variance whatsoever. But there are certain instances where, in this case in particular, where it's not the applicant's fault that it was 1.97 acres. Sometimes it comes out that way. And it wasn't his fault that YDOT used possibly eminent domain, but did pay off for the 0.03% of this property. But I think that, as Commissioner Stewart said, allowing a variance to go on till the end of time, I think is the issue we're looking at. We've never done that, but we have extended variance for construction at least, I can't remember, at least 2 years.
We have.
So I can take a chance. I would like to approve the Umflett variance request for the additional housing and change staff recommendation from 1 year to 2 and keep the other staff recommendations for this variance request. And I'll be scolded by the regulators.
That's a motion.
That's a motion.
Second,
Been moved and seconded to approve the variance request for additional housing unit. And reword condition number 1 for the variance to expire in 2 years from the date of approval. Any further discussion on the motion?
I just want to, Adam, I believe, confirm with staff that the variance requirements would still, or rules would still apply, that if he doesn't complete within 2 years, he can come back for a 1-year extension. So technically, we're giving him 3.
And if variance goes away, he's out from under the, if we change the rules.
Exactly. And
A
it may
motion?
not be everything you wanted, but
And the motion is second. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, I just have one point of clarification on, there's 3 staff recommendations, but
Mhm.
I'm wondering about, we don't, in that recommendation, there's nothing about the YDOT.
Hmm.
Do we need,
Hmm.
does that need to be included? Because if this doesn't get changed
Um,
from a field to residential access, if that's not included in the,
It would be a requirement of proving the building permit is that legal access is there. So if they're along a highway, we reach out to YDOT and make sure that they have a permitted access before we approve a building permit. So I think it would fall under number 2.
okay. So we don't need to amend number 2 to include that because it's implied with the
Right.
building permit.
Yeah, unless if you, I mean, if you want to clarify, we sure can.
Want to clarify? Or
No, I
you
think it's
okay?
fine.
Okay.
Madam Chair, one more thing. I guess I think I've been kind of vocal about how I feel about this. So I just want to make sure that we as commissioners follow this through the DSR, because I think it is a problem that encumbers these properties. And so I just want to make sure that it's noted that we address this.
And when it comes to the variance terms or
Variances.
what can be applied for in a variance.
Good point.
But I do understand the concern that it sets a precedent, which opens the door. I understand the concern.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so we got part of it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're running a little bit behind. So next thing on our agenda, Adobe Flats minor subdivision number 85, final plat review.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Rick and Paul Rodriguez, on behalf of Rick Rodriguez LLC, submitted a final plat application to request review and approval of the final plat of Adobe Flats MS 85, the subdivision consisting of one 18.1 acre lot for residential use. And the creation of the subdivision will result in a 129.86 roughly acre remainder parcel. The lot sizes are consistent with the GRP zoning district where this lot resides. The subdivision is located approximately 7.5 miles west of the city of Powell on the west side of Highway 294, approximately a quarter mile north of County Lane 8, with an address of 790 Highway 294. A public hearing is not required for final plat review. No public comments have been received. The board reviewed and approved the sketch plan on December 3rd by resolution 2024-66 with conditions. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. They've also placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat with regard to the presence of high groundwater and potential for engineered septic systems, well water quality, the permitting requirements for wells, and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. The plat review committee reviewed the initial submission. Minor changes and corrections were identified and a revised final plat was submitted. Therefore, all applicable final plat specifications have been met according to the regulations, and they have submitted supporting documents as specified. And a subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable improvements are proposed or incomplete. Planning and Zoning Department staff recommends approval of the final plat of Adobe MS-85 with the following conditions. Number one, prior to recording the final plat, an approved long-term noxious weed management plan shall be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department. Number two, the applicants in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number three, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is not a public hearing, so we are just moving forward with the final actions on the final plat.
Madam Chair, just a clarification, we didn't, on the staff recommendation, they didn't have the Right to Farm Act on that too. That's already on the. final
That's
plat.
already on the plat. Yes, thank
I
you.
think a farmer was applying for this.
Right, yes. Willingly put it on the final plat.
Madam Chair, move to approve the minor subdivision 85 Adobe Flats final plat review.
Second.
Final plat
With conditions.
with conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Adobe Flats minor subdivision number 85 final plat review with conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, please. 13, thank you, hands.
Then we will move on with Jenny and Erica. Amended plat for Fry, simple subdivision number 207, lots 1 and 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earl Melton submitted an amended plat application to request approval of a boundary line adjustment between Lot 1 and Lot 2 of Fry SS-207, resulting in the vacation of original designs of Lot 1, that was 9.68 acres, and Lot 2, 4.86 acres, and their subsequent reconfiguration to Lot 101, that will be 10.11 acres, and Lot 102 will be 4.43 acres. The original plat of the Fry SS-207 was approved on December 6, 2011 by the board. Ownership of Lot 1 is affirmed to Earl and Shelley Melton. Ownership of Lot 2 is owned by Robert I. Fry and Carleen Fry. Fry SS-207 is located approximately 4.5 miles southwest of Powell, north of the Ralston town site on the west side of Clark Avenue. Lot 1 is addressed as 112 Clark Avenue and Lot 2 is 108 Clark Avenue. Lot 1 is developed with a permitted single-family residence and accessory housing unit, septic systems, and outbuildings. Lot 2 is developed with a permitted residence and septic system with various outbuildings. Neighboring land uses are primarily residential and ag. The town site of Ralston is located adjacent to and south of Lot 1. It is in a GRP zoning district, and the proposed lot configuration is consistent with that zoning district. The proposed lot configuration change is a partial vacation and an amended plat is required. The planning director determined no public hearing is necessary. Agency referral requirements have been met and responded as follows. Shoshone Irrigation District does not see any impact to irrigation. A title transfer will be necessary after the property is conveyed to the Meltons to adjust the irrigation assessment. Park County Public Works has no comments or concern with the proposed amended plat. Park County Treasurer's Office confirmed property taxes are paid. The lots are not located within any overlay district. No public comments have been received. The plat review committee reviewed the amended plat and a revised amended plat was received. No new lots are being created. As a result of this, since there is separate ownership of the vacated portion of the lot, instruments shall be recorded conveying ownership of the individual lots resulting from the amended plat, and the amended plat meets the requirements outlined in our regulations. Staff recommends approval of the amended plat of Fry SS-207, lots 1 and 2, with the following conditions. Number 1, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide an approved water distribution plan to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department to be recorded with the amended plat, or written confirmation from Shoshone Irrigation District that a water distribution plan is not required. Number 2, prior to recording the amended plat, the applicant shall provide ownership conveyances of the individual lots resulting from the amended plat to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department for recording immediately after the amended plat, or if closing at a title company is required for the land transaction to be recorded upon closing. And number 3, the applicant shall comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is not a public hearing. It's amending a plat. Questions, thoughts? Plan?
Madam Chair, I move to approve partial vacation and amended plat of Fry Simple Subdivision 207, lots 1 and 2 as presented with conditions.
Second.
Okay, have a motion for approval as presented with conditions. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Ahead of schedule.
14, thank you.
We're gaining.
Okay,
Oh, here we are, barely.
thanks. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you.
And everyone, this is Kelby, this is our new septic.
This is our new septic? You know what she's really saying you are?
No.
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. He's our new guy. Kelby, Commissioner Stewart, Commissioner Deal, Commissioner Overfield, Commissioner Simone, and Commissioner Mangold.
Your fingernails look pretty clean so far.
What do you, what's that advice you got for him?
No, be careful.
You have to answer 3 questions.
All right.
You know what your qualifications are and what you need to know, the 3 things you need to know.
What?
I'm asking.
We haven't gone over that yet.
Huh?
We haven't- Oh, I see.
He said they haven't gone over that yet.
Oh, you haven't passed, no, never.
No, I thought I was the only one in the office.
Only three things you need to know is shit runs downhill.
And run faster than it?
Wash your hands before you eat. Payday's on Friday.
All right, sounds good. I got that. All right, I'll remember that. next time.
Okay.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
The next thing on our agenda, we can go ahead with, the state of Wyoming request for 5-year term lease, public defender's office. One of the things we were researching was the length of time on that lease, but as we found out, looking through some of the other leases with the state, we have done some 5-year lease terms previously, including DFS. So there is no problem, I guess, with moving forward. The leases are pretty clear that if something comes up or, it can be terminated in writing by either party. So we're pretty protected, but they did want a 5-year lease.
So, Madam Chair, this, I haven't got into the detail, but the, what is it, 3%, 2% increase?
2.4. Yeah, 2.4.
It continues regardless.
It's in this lease. It's actually,
in that.
yeah,
It's built into the table.
yes, it is in the table.
Madam Chair, do we want to wait and see what they do with the budget this year?
I don't know that we have that option to.
Madam Chair, did we clear up the payment thing?
Kind of. We had 3 other payments that are being made, 2 which are being made back to the state. And the third one is a payment to a private law firm what am I trying to think of? The office, what? It's not public defender office. And Mr. Skorick is checking into that, but it really doesn't affect what is being done up here
On the
right now
contract.
with these. Yeah.
Madam Chair, one other thing, I read through the contract again last night and there's just one clerical problem on it on page 9. Where you're required to have, contact information and they need to update the email to Kelly because they have Molly still on there.
Oh. Okay, I think that's
I mean, it's an easy fix,
Right.
but if this is the contract, it needs to be updated.
what we should really do is not
The
put a
email
name in there,
address.
just say the commissioner's administrative assistant. And then we don't have to worry about name change
Mhm.
type stuff.
Well, Kelly, you're not going anywhere.
No, she's not going anywhere, but, okay. Any other thoughts, or are we ready to move forward with this?
I'm just throwing this out there. Would this be a time to bring them up to the current lease level? If they want to redo the contract? This is their request, not ours, right?
This is pretty close.
So I'll give you some information. They were doing a 1-year lease. The last DFS lease was a 5-year lease.
Mhm.
So their rate continued forward. That's something that we have discussed. I don't know if that jump from 1 to 5 would be a switch or if it would
Right.
fall along the same lines.
The other thing that we've talked about is it's tax dollars for tax dollars. Yes, it would be moving it from the state into the county. But,
Well, they don't backfill us, so.
I understand. Kind of a hard conversation to have this week, but I don't think these square footages are too far off or too much less
Oh, yeah.
than what we would do if somebody new came in, if it was a state or taxable entity. Because we have
Okay.
done them a little bit less.
I just thought
It's a good point. But they do have the accelerated 2.4% in the table, at least for each year. So. Do you want to do?
Madam Chair, move to approve the 5-year lease for the Public Defender's Office. Striking that goes to Molly, I guess. Kelly in there.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to approve the requested 5-year lease for the Public Defender's Office at the complex. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Aye. Did you get that?
Pop your P when you say it.
Oh,
Now, is this where we get it? Madam Chair, is this where we can go back down and ask if we want to change our vote?
we are not playing that game here.
Any change?
Closing vote?
Vote closed.
Madam Chairman, 5 ayes.
Thank you.
How many times?
Four.
How many
You can't
Okay.
even count.
Yeah.
We can probably do this next one, which is a catch up also, review of the registered nonprofits fee schedule. The one thing that we had discussed was reducing the SUP cost for a nonprofit holding a fundraiser. And so I did visit with Mr. Skorick and we did talk about the verification. And the best verification for a nonprofit is the certificate of a 501c3, which is a federal EIN. So as long as they have that, they have gone through the hoops to be a nonprofit in Park County. And the question came up about would this be for other fees? And I don't think so. In my mind, this stays with fundraisers, just like the rent at the fairgrounds. It's a fundraising situation. So it's just a way for the county to kind of assist them a little bit in their fundraising being nonprofits, but it doesn't apply to other fees as far as I think in the fee schedule that they may come up against at some point. I don't know what they'd be, but they could. So,
Madam Chair, so what we're discussing today is specific to the fairgrounds?
no,
Or to
no.
countywide?
This is countywide for an SUP request for a fundraising
For
event.
SUP only. So
Yes.
it's a planning and zoning,
Yes.
just SUPs,
Just
not
SUPs.
building permits, nothing.
No, this is just for fundraising for nonprofits.
And so Madam Chair, they would have to be registered with the Secretary of State as a 501c3 with an EIN.
Yes. And we're talking 50%, not waiving it. Not
I know.
waiving the whole fee, just 50%.
And the standard fee is $250?
$350.
So, Madam Chair, for discussion, if we were to do this,
Mhm.
do anybody's has an opportunity to come in for a better term, I don't know what the proper term is, appeal or request a special rate for any specific, I mean, I'm not trying to think back if we've had that, but I believe we have at the fairgrounds where we've had people come in wanting to rent the building for a specific fundraiser for a specific tragedy or something that happened. I can't
Oh, I see what you're saying.
waive our fees.
Well, the fairgrounds does handle it in this manner with a 501c3 form. Yes, there have been people come in
But
and
there's
say,
been individual fundraisers for specific
yes, there has been.
Causes.
people that they wanted to do a
This wouldn't
fundraiser. They were,
alleviate that. This would not alleviate that. I mean,
No,
it's
it
still
wouldn't.
possible that they could come in and ask that if it's I'm gonna use a horrible explanation, but if it's a death of somebody in a family and the family needs to have a fundraiser or someone puts on a fundraiser to raise money for that family, would we take a look at that? They just need to come in and ask.
Right.
I don't know how we treat it, but this is just to take care of registered nonprofits so that they don't have to come in every time and ask for that if it's a fundraiser.
And Madam Chair, it would also, I mean, if you're doing an individual fundraiser, like I want to raise money for Lloyd's Hearing Aid, and I want to put on a benefit at the fairgrounds, I could go look for a 501(c) and go through them as well to do
You
something.
could if it warranted their service, if
Yep,
it's under their
Get a
purview.
list for that, so.
I'm not sure any of them are gonna buy Lloyd's hearing aid.
I don't think Lloyd's heard you.
have fun, you know?
Okay, where are we at on this one?
Madam Chair, I'm not totally in favor of this. I know there's some really good ones out there and I'm not gonna name them. But I think there's also some that just are using it for tax purposes. So I guess my point is, if the opportunity is still there for a real special need, they can still come in and request a break or a deferral or something. So I'm not totally in favor of it.
Madam Chair, I understand that there are some bad nonprofits, but I guess my thing is I would hate to see us determine what's good and what's bad. But the other thing I have a problem with is, do we want people that want to have a fundraiser, a nonprofit always coming in front of us and us dealing with that, or have the ability to, well, I guess they still have to come in front of us, but I don't know. I just hate to go down the road of determining who's good and who's bad.
I do too. I think that kind of picks winners and losers on when they're already registered in the only way that we can justify working with them.
And I think, Madam Chair, and I think going further, most people are going to come in for an SUP for a fundraiser are probably going to be a legit organization, because are you going to spend the time to get SUP if you're just Joe Schmo trying to, I mean, rate, because most of those guys are looking at tax breaks and they're not looking at fundraising.
It's still gonna be, in my world, it's still expensive for nonprofits to spend even at 50%. It's their committee.
Madam Chair, I'm with Commissioner Stewart. I don't want to be in a position of arbitrarily picking either. So I'm in favor of this because it takes away any arbitrariness. It just allows, if they're registered as a 501c3, they get the 50% rate, and I think it benefits.
Madam Chair, I understand where we're saying, but it doesn't take that away. That opportunity is still out there for anybody that wants to come in and request,
That's the case even if they're not.
even if they're
Not-
50%.
Right, but most of them do not. And we don't see very many.
So my point, I'm just saying, if you set it at 50% for nonprofits, anybody and everybody still has the opportunity to come and request to waive that other
Sure.
50%.
They could.
Including,
And you're still picking.
But Madam Chair, what I'm saying is, if this is already standardized, then P and Z, Planning and Zoning Department, if they're a 501c3, they automatically get the discounted rate and they don't come in front of us.
Unless they want more,
Well, yeah,
unless they want us to waive it completely.
Right.
they could.
they would always have that option.
What's that?
And you always have that option.
But they have that option now. That's my point.
Right.
Well,
Pleasure of the board.
Madam
one way
Chair,
or
I
the
would make a motion that we approve. Is it the 50%?
other.
The 50% discounted rate on SUPs for 501c3s with a federal EIN registered with the Secretary of State's office
For fundraising.
for fundraising purposes.
Second.
Okay, a motion to approve the 50% discount for SUPs for fundraising purposes for nonprofits presenting a 501c3 federal EIN.
Registered with the Secretary of State.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes.
So now we look like nonprofits. You
What's that?
just no puppies, no kids.
I know it.
nonprofits.
I know it.
Any
See?
changes? Any changes?
Is Trevor
Any
out there?
changes?
I didn't know, no to I.
A,
Goodness.
nay? Yes,
Not
nay.
there
I
yet.
would prefer it to be nay.
Is that your preferred process?
I think Kelly's looking for him.
Oh, it should.
What do you know?
Very little. How about yourself?
I know it's finally got my dang hay buster fixed.
Is it working okay?
Yeah, third time's the charm, but I do have a bitch. I've been gonna come in and talk to you
Lloyd
about.
Teal as a bitch.
I do, I do.
Scott.
Very specific what I needed. And it took them 3 tries to get it. The third time they got it. And I called and he said, they have it. I said, and it was on a Saturday. And he said he could run down. He gotta meet a truck anyway to unload. So I went down and picked it up and then you charged me a $50 Saturday delivery.
See,
When it was your screw up to begin with.
Just work with Mitch. If you got the opportunity, when I call the store, if Mitch doesn't answer, no, try back. Yeah, okay.
see, oh, geez.
You'll be all right.
See, I should, if I had known he was coming, I could have had him bring the parts.
He would have charged you $50.
Probably what this is a great, I think this is best seat in the house.
I only charge 25.
Oh, for carrying charge?
Passport, let me in. She got in through Canada.
Through Canada.
Bring in tariffs with him.
Did you find him? Yeah. Try him real quick.
You're gonna call in? No.
Yes.
So what's life really like outside of this room? Yeah,
Hey, thanks for working on the fishing guide.
Hey, we're waiting on
That's
you.
one step. Yeah, it's not the final
Okay.
step. It's not, but
Bye.
it's the step, the first step that had to be taken.
What's that about?
Here a little bit.
Fishing guide, fishing boat outfits,
You're fine.
they just register, they have to now have to register their boat as a game of fish.
He is now.
Hopefully keep some of the riffraff out of.
Can we get something changed too, where, like on the North Fork, it's only licensed guides can be on?
Okay, working on that. I'll just get a license. It'll be okay. Residents, actually, North Fork only, residents only. We talked about that at the last meeting they had about regulation on the North Fork. Like having let's have a resident only day.
What they should,
They do that in Montana. Yeah. Unavailable.
what they need to do is do like the Smith River in Montana and have an application. You apply for the date and only so many boats a day.
They might be headed towards that. On the big hole, they have resident days, out of state days, guide days.
And on reservation, you said fly with the lift.
Okay, sorry, we're just running a little ahead. Thought we'd get done.
Okay. I'm running behind, so.
That's all right. Did you have to get them reviewed? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go with the Heart Mountain bid for $43,043.97.
Does that meet your requirements? or
Yes,
specs?
yes, it does.
So that's a Kubota
Yes,
from Heart Mountain Equipment, 43,043.97.
yep.
Okay. Any
Like I said, we
questions?
reviewed the gallons per minute, all that. And seems like it'll meet our needs. We have one currently down in Powell that he's pretty happy with, so.
Okay, and size wise, everything works?
Yeah.
Everything was included?
Madam Chair, just a question, is it available right now
You know, I don't know. I
for
didn't ask.
Thursday?
Yeah. That would be- That's a good question. I'll be calling him right after this meeting, so.
Madam Chair, why would you take, Trevor, why would you take that over the other one from C and B?
Or, well, cost for one.
Oh, I don't think he got the correction.
Oh,
Yeah, he was,
I do.
I don't know if Commissioner Stewart-
Instead of
There was two of
37,
them.
yeah, one
Yeah,
was
the
52
low
and
was
one was 50.
right?
Oh, okay. I'm
Sorry,
I'm
Scott.
sorry,
That was,
Scott.
that was my
He
mistake.
told me I wrote the wrong thing down. so,
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, you know, I didn't even look at a delivery day. We're hashing this over, so.
Commissioner Mangold might need to borrow it to go down to Lander.
Yeah.
That's a
You're
long
going, yeah, you're going
drive.
down Thursday? Oh, boy.
What's the pleasure of the board with the recommendation?
So Madam Chair, it met all of your specs, your horsepower, your width,
Yes.
all of that.
Yep.
And that's the lowest cost. So I'd make a motion to accept the bid from Heart Mountain Equipment in the amount of $43,043.97.
Second.
My only question in discussion of the motion is that you do have this funding in your budget, correct?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, someone might have already asked this and I might have missed it, but warranties are the warranties similar on these?
You know, I do. I know that the warranties aren't very good for commercial anyway, so they're not the same as maybe the general public getting them. So that's something I would have to check. I don't see it listed here. It's a true Kubota warranty. It's a basic warranty backed by the manufacturer. There's no deductible, orange protection plan. So it's pretty comparable to the John Deere side of things.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the purchase from Heart Mountain Equipment for the Kubota at $43,043.97. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Give me a jingle. We can talk
No.
about that service today.
I just like to bitch.
Well, I know that. I know you're all about that. But if you run into issues, get a hold of Mitch. He's my go-to when it comes to that stuff.
Okay. Is Mike coming in?
Justin. He's one of the salesmen over there.
Yeah, he came down with another guy to the ranch last year.
I know.
He was set us up like a big parts cabinet with like all the plans and stuff there. and Stuff that would usually go back.
But I don't know, like, I don't know how you do that. Okay, we have, then only 2 people can go.
Funny. You get my message? Maybe sent it to the wrong guy. I said voicemail.
Check the today's date. No. The 11th.
Wonder who I sent to. Get with me afterwards.
Okay.
I won't make that.
Maybe at the state.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to be presumptuous. I have a good feeling. That's where I'll be. Is he here?
I don't know.
Didn't know this group could get this quiet, but okay. You haven't heard anything.
Still 7 minutes.
Yeah, still got a couple minutes. Okay. Okay. You guys want to join me?
Cold and snowy. Well, I've been thinking. Yeah.
Turn you around right there.
Turn me around right here.
A lot of people pretty excited to see you.
Whoa.
Wow. 38 years.
Six, actually, but.
That's right. Thank you, Mike. Service to Park County. Appreciate everything you did for a lot of years. I think there's a few other people that would like to say anything.
You beat me.
I think we were right the same road. Mike, really want to appreciate all your service to us and what you've done for the sheriff's department over the years. Brought us, like I told you before, you brought us out of paper copies in the technology age. We got a plaque for you. Appreciation all your years of service. Great friend.
Thanks, Mike.
Say, thanks. My original boss with the sheriff's office, my dispatcher, the supervisor, yeah, he started in 1991. It's been a pleasure. It's been a real pleasure. It makes me think back when I was sheriff of Minnesota for about 10 years. I was trying to get out here. I hired an AD. I had the luxury of working with best bosses, best coworkers, friends that care we have. It's been a hell of a run for the last 36 years. Thank you, just the vision. Work with family through it all and whatnot. But thank you all for everything. Hell of a run.
Don't let anybody back in here. Kept me, brought me kicking and screaming in the technology age and put some sideboards up and kept me in line. I appreciate it. Well, thank you.
County, basically.
Oh, they kept me.
Mike, I want to thank you too. I'd like to say you tell me everything you know. I know, but that would be an insult. You have to say these guys did get my help actually this morning.
You're hired.
On the inside, I'm the worst IT guy there. But thank you, you kept the county going for a long time, long before I was here, but you set a precedent for the place on here to continue on your legacy to help them keep the county protected and smooth and come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Pardon my language, but they're a kick-ass crew.
We agree.
It was the early days of police blotter where I reached out to Mike. And he started sending us, he didn't have to do that. So we always gave him a lot of credit for getting all that started. That was a long, yes, I've been there a long time.
We all have. Thanks again, guys, for your meeting. Pleasure to play.
Anything else? I'd just like to say, Mike, I mean, you did great. You know, I guess I don't get for this will be 15 years now, but first class service. I mean, always everything we've asked for, anything we need, always done it. A lot of it's pretty outlandish things. I can't think of maybe a day where we ever or matter of hours.
Well, you managed to bring us down a couple times.
Yeah. I can't say that. Wow. But you know, you've always just taken it, you know, you and your crew. Without, you know, could have just walked away and said, I'm done. But you've always kept us going and did whatever we needed. And, you know, from our department, public works, and I don't want to wear you guys out. It's been amazing to get to.
Thank you.
Great.
Mike also learned the early eye roll that IT people give you.
I see that.
You want what?
Don't touch it. I'll be up there.
Mike, met you and started working with you, and I was still at the police department. Computers up in the police department.
You need their. We're the old parts. Yeah.
We've got to be pretty good friends there, worked a little bit on the new law enforcement center. When I left the PD, you were gracious enough to bring me on board. Worked for you for 16 years. It's been wonderful. You taught me a lot. You've been a good friend. You supported me. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Mike, I didn't get the pleasure of working with you for very long as a new commissioner, but I just want to say that I think you can tell a lot about a person and who they are by the legacy they leave behind. And I have seen with the IT team that you led that legacy. So
Thank you.
Kudos to you for that.
Story.
We will let anybody in here.
Wow. Before.
Yeah.
Thank you again, guys. Thank you. Thank everybody.
We certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
And you, sir.
And continue. Yeah.
In the background.
You offered to be there for everybody still. Really appreciate it.
I'm still there. My phone still rings, so we just need something to holler. Yeah, I go way back too. We do.
They came up just for this night.
Crazy. But I always knew that. Really spiritual.
All right, well, I have a few cupcakes and things out here in the lobby if people want to visit with Mike for a little bit. And really appreciate everything you did.
Appreciate it so much. Thank you.
So, Clark.
Okay.
Don't even laugh. The way you said it, Kelly. Now we're laughing. We're going live, is what I'll see next time.
There you go. There you go.
You have a big deadline that comes on.
Okay, commissioners, we are back in session. Our 1:15. I'm Jenny Kramer and Erica with Park County Planning and Zoning Department. This is for the consideration of an extension to the Martin Simple Sub number 317 sketch plan approval. And Jenny will explain what we're doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Martin SS 317 sketch plan went before the Planning and Zoning Commission. They recommended approval by resolution 2024-01. That was on January 10th, 2024. And in our regulations under Chapter 3, Section 4E5, validity of sketch plan, it states approval of a sketch plan shall lapse after 12 months unless the applicant submits an application for final plat as set forth below. Upon written request and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Sketch plans that have lapsed may be resubmitted for consideration and action by the commission following the same procedure as the original request. So that's our rule. And so they had some issues with regarding water rights, and that has now been resolved, but that took them past the year point in January. So they're ready to move forward, but seeking.
And so that would be a 6-month extension is what we're allowed to do for the rule that we
Yes.
have? Okay. And he understands that it's 6
Mhm.
months. Okay. Questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
is there anything in there that would indicate, or so if this was signed on January 10th, would they have to get the extension before or just say anything like that? And can they apply even though it's the original thing? was
Oh,
lapsed?
right. I did not see anything,
Doesn't specify.
yeah,
Okay.
saying that it would need to be asked for.
We would hope that they would come in before it
It is
expired, but
helpful, exactly. Mhm.
any other thoughts?
Madam Chair, I move to approve a 6-month extension from January 10th for the Martin Simple Subdivision Sketch Plan.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve a 6-month extension would begin on January 10th for the Martin Simple Sub 317 sketch plan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Yes, I think so.
With,
Do we?
13.
Okay.
15.
Yeah, done a lot today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can go home.
Yeah.
You're all done, right?
Yeah.
Okay, moving right along. Brian Edwards, Travis Ball, Park County Engineers Office. Project closeout for the Phase 2 cell construction at the Park County Regional Landfill. Consider request to release retainage funds held on behalf of Nicholson Dirt Contracting. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This should be fairly short and sweet. So as you know, we've been working on getting the next phase cell prepared out at the Park County Regional Landfill there at Cody since last winter, really. Our road and bridge crews spent quite a bit of time getting everything prepared and excavated out. And then we, through the winter, last winter, worked on the design internally. And then we went out to bid in the spring and contracted out the earthwork and related site improvements to Nicholson Dirt Contracting. That's the contract A. And then we also contracted out the geosynthetics, the liner and the leachate systems. And there's multiple layers, obviously.
And that was contracted out to Patriot Environmental out of Meeker, Oklahoma, I think. And anyway, so that work ended up, was awarded in June of 2024. Got everybody under contract, the 2 separate contracts, July 2nd. And notice to proceed was provided there in July 9th for the earthwork, which is contract A, Nicholson, and July 12th for Patriot. And worked all summer on that work. The actual gist that took about a couple weeks, 2 weeks is pretty quick. But the other things as far as the earthwork, protective cover, they built a little bit of a building, well, they built a building, little shed for our leachate system. That was all under Nicholson's contract. But the work was deemed substantially complete December 5th, 2024. Basically, everything's been paid out with the exception of we're holding $52,463.70 plus interest on behalf of Nicholson Dirt Contracting. Patriot's actually been paid out. We've received lien release waivers from all of the subcontracts and suppliers. We did our 41-day or 43-day notice, a public notice, and didn't receive any comments or objections. And you can see the dollar amounts there. The Nicholson contract original amount was $1,072,688, and we finished just under that with the final amount. So no change orders, everything that we were able to work out with unit price type work. And then you can see the contract B with Patriot Environmental. I think it was about $11 higher, but again, that's unit price work. So really everything went according to plan. We had ended up budgeting about $2 million, I believe, and we're pretty close to that with testing, surveying and things like that. We did as much as we could in-house on the thing. So tried to save the enterprise fund a little bit of money, but overall, everything went good. I have a couple pictures on the backs that I kind of showed you, and I'll provide more information next week in our staff meeting. But really, purpose of the day is just kind of give you an overview of the project, and then request release of the retainage held on behalf of Nicholson Dirt Contract.
Questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So I have no problem with retainage at all. I'm just curious, what is, do we have an estimated lifespan of phase 2? It's over 25 years. 25 years? Yeah, long after I'm gone. Depending on, yeah, you never know. Yeah, I was gonna say long after us, but I just me. Yeah. But yeah, no, we should be no significant capital improvements for quite a while. We should be in good shape, which is good because we bottomed out our enterprise fund.
You did.
And we're trying to build that back. So, but yeah, no, we'll be a long time in that. Cool.
Pictures are pretty cool. Nice
Yep.
work.
Yep. No, everybody, and I was going to say Nicholson Dirt Contractor did an outstanding job on the project. Great to work with. And then Patriot Environmental, same thing. And shout out to Morris and Merrily. They assisted us with surveying and some testing stuff. So helped us with as-built. So yeah, no, all in all, everything went great. Our second time, I think we got everything figured out.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to point out the commissioners before us, going back about 15 years, were actually pretty damn smart to employ an engineer that had landfill experience. That I think we probably saved a little bit.
Probably
So,
true.
not sure you need it any longer
Yeah.
for 25 years. I probably might as well just go now. Right off into the sunset.
His other expertise too. It just wasn't landfill.
You guys can just name the landfill after me someday.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I'll get to work on that sign.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick comment just of appreciation for the forms that you provide. These are just so well done. And for me, because I wasn't here and didn't have the background, this just simplifies it and makes it very easy for me to follow. So I really appreciate the form and the information you provided and the format you provided in.
I
Thank you.
appreciate you saying that. We'll give you a little bit more next week too, when we have our staff meeting,
Sure.
just to, so you can see what all went into the actual project.
We did have to get after him for a couple of years to make the print big enough for us to read.
I'm a cheater.
I still struggle with that.
But I appreciate the picture too.
Yeah. No, they're pretty
Thank
good.
you.
It'll be a beautiful landfill to be named after.
There you
There
go.
you go.
It would be an honor.
Madam Chair, we were thinking about naming the old sewer lagoons after Lee, Baker Park. We could maybe this,
Yeah, we could do
He
both
would
at the
love
same
that.
time.
you know, it's amazing to me about the engineering that goes into a landfill. Just real quickly, we had a missing girl in Powell that ended up being a homicide. And we were able to put back the date that we thought it happened and found out the FBI psychological guys pretty much said it was somebody dumped her in a dumpster near this park. And anyway, long end of it, we were able to go to the engineer at the time and they were able to go back and say, okay, here's the garbage that would have been dumped on that couple weeks. We're like, how the heck did you know that? And it took us a week to find her. but we
I
found her.
remember that.
I
Yeah.
remember that too.
Yeah,
Well, but I never knew that much engineering and stuff went into
We
landfill.
could go by the day now.
That's probably true. The trucks.
Yep.
It's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move glasses on here, that we release the retainage of $52,463.70 plus interest back to Mickelson.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to release the retainage on the landfill project in the amount of 52,463.70 plus interest. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. That's a lot bigger than I thought it was gonna be.
It's huge. It's pretty cool though.
How many square feet is 8 acres? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
43,560 times.
Okay.
Okay. Guess we can move ahead. The next thing on our agenda, Terry Call, Park County Assessor, job description discussion. You all have a few things on your SharePoint. Terry provided the pages, didn't copy very well, but he'll give us the gist of it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is about moving the current chief appraiser analyst to first deputy and mothballing the position of chief appraiser analyst. We're splitting up the tasks of chief appraiser analyst between two positions that are more budget friendly, market analyst and field analyst, and adding new responsibilities. We'll continue our annual analysis procedures, streamline data integrity checks, significantly improve our fieldwork tracking, as well as build a more informative and interactive website. We can do that because of their skill sets and because of improving technologies. This is about doing much more with less and creating more transparency. Payroll will be lower than last year, and we'll get more for the taxpayers' money. If you'd like to me to go into greater detail, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You want my job?
Well, and I think Terry and I visited a little bit, everything that we're discussing certainly fits within the existing budget. It's just a refocus on the job descriptions and how he wants to have the office work.
Madam Chair, Terry, will you just say it one more time? The chief appraiser is getting, I didn't quite follow the restructure.
Yeah, the chief appraiser analyst position is currently held by this gentleman next to me. Yeah, and I would move him to first deputy. The
Okay.
position that he previously occupied would then be mothballed and replaced by two other existing staff members. Their pay would increase, but it wouldn't come up to what it would be if we still had that position of chief appraiser analyst. They get
Okay.
all the duties of that person
plus a lot more. And I
Okay.
have a lot of high hopes for it. They've got the skills and the talent to do the job and do it really well.
Madam Chair, the reason we're asking questions is you said staff reduction and more efficiency, and we're in government, so that's something new.
Question those
We-
words.
We appreciate what you've done so far,
Okay.
Well,
as long as it works.
on the other side of it, Terry also will have one open position just because of how the office works. And, you know, I talked about that and it is within his budget to still fill that position. So you have everything covered, but it is within the budget. So we haven't been requesting them come in unless it changed their budget.
So just to make sure I'm clear on this, we're gonna be down, we're down a position right now.
Yeah.
But you'll eventually be looking at filling that.
Right.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It's an entry level position.
Okay.
We don't do these things very often, but I'm assuming that we need to approve the job description changes that he's requesting. Okay. Commissioners?
Madam Chair, move to approve. Whatever
You
description
are
they
not
want,
very
whatever it is. I'm for saving money and being more efficient
And downsizing.
and downsizing. So
Second.
So one of them's, so just to clarify, the one job description is a field analyst. And the other one is the market analyst. And those are the two new job descriptions.
Madam
Correct?
Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's correct.
Okay, you all understood that motion, so I'm just gonna say, is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you figure out a way to axe that coal guy?
We're working towards that.
Okay.
Hey, commissioners?
move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Um, What